The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning. Good Saturday morning to you. Good morning, visitors. The senators and all in attendance, please stand if you are able. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Anita LaFoon of Ginter Park Baptist Church in Richmond. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing and we will say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Lindley Starzer, Deputy Director of Committee Operations and Calendar Clerk in the Senate Clerk's Office.
Would you pray with me? Holy One, those who have been tasked with serving this Commonwealth come before you now asking for your guidance. Though the burden of serving your people is heavy, we pray that they would not grow weary of seeking what is just rather than what is easy, that they will seek mercy for others rather than gain for themselves, and that they will continue to seek your will rather than the will of other influences. We pray that their ears will be open to hear the cries of those in need and not just the voices of those who cry loudest. We pray that their eyes will see the path forward and not be deterred from it. And we pray that their hearts will be unified by the call to care for all the people of the Commonwealth and not divided by the temptations of power. Almighty God, we pray that your Spirit would move mightily in this room, that the kingdom of heaven will be brought a little closer to earth because of the work done here today. Grant your servants grace, wisdom, and compassion as they continue to work for the common good of your creation. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 24, 2023.
Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 3.
Ayes 34, noes 3. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, Madam President.
The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
Well, we have quickly arrived in our morning hour during the time when we will hear who all of our wonderful guests are in the gallery. The normal procedure is that the senators will stand and introduce you, and please stand at that time. I will make my remarks, and if you'll hold your remarks until your applause until after my remarks, it'll go a little bit smoother. And so with that, I do now call on the senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for 2 introductions.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Our invocation this morning was given by the Reverend Anita LaFoon, who is senior pastor at Ginter Park Baptist Church here in Richmond. She is a fellow Matoaka High School graduate, so I know that means she is awesome. She then went on to Randolph-Macon College and earned a Master of Divinity degree from the Baptist Theological Seminary in Richmond. And I ask that we give her a warm Senate welcome.
Please rise, Reverend LaFoon. Good morning again to you and family. Good morning. All right. Well, we hear you're already awesome, so that must be true. Thank you for your prayer, and thank you for being with us today and for all you do in the community. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate.
Madam President.
Senator McClellan.
I have one more. Thank you.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, as many of you know, during Reconstruction, over 100 African American men served in the General Assembly. We are joined today by the members of the Nickens family who are here to honor their ancestor, the Honorable Armistead Stokalis Nickens, who served 2 terms in the House of Delegates from 1871 to 1875, representing Lancaster County. Delegate Nickens was a miller and a farmer who was born free in 1836 in Lancaster, and his ancestry and theirs extends back to the 17th century. 8 of his ancestors fought in the American Revolution, and his father taught him to read and write. Before his 1871 election to the General Assembly, he purchased 135 acres of land in Lancaster County, and in 1876 built and gave the county its first school for African American children. A historic marker was erected to celebrate these historic achievements in October, and thanks to legislation we passed in 2012, they are able to see Delegate Nickens' name on plaques down the hall, and I ask that you give them a warm welcome as they are here to pay homage to their ancestor on Black History Month.
Please rise. Good morning to you. Something our senator has said that has really pricked my heart about Delegate Nickens, and she said he was born free, which means previously they had been enslaved. I don't know if that's something we should keep saying. God has given us the ability to be born free. We are all born free. Man institutes systems that create this chaos. And that pricked my heart, brought few tears to my eyes. But we thank God for his life. And here you are today, celebrating his life. He paved the path for us, and so here we are. Thank you for coming. We honor him today. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery, I would like us to recognize a very special young lady who is actually the daughter of my legislative aide, Heather Piles, who's been with me 2 years. She is now 25, but at age 10, she was on America's Got Talent doing stunt fighting and made it to the top 25 and holds 24 world titles and has been inducted into numerous martial arts Hall of Fames. She broke Chuck Norris's record with the most wins in 1 year with over 150 first place. She's now 25. And not only is a martial arts and MMA instructor, she trains canine and security, protection, search and rescue, bomb, narcotics, and service dogs. She has spent the last week as an intern for my office. And Madam President, I would ask you to give her the warm welcome of the Senate this morning.
Well, good morning to you. As we say amongst ourselves, I'm scared of you. I mean, you've beaten Chuck Norris' record. That's an amazing feat. And you've still got quite a few years ahead of you. As we say again, you go, girl. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Floor, the rules of the Senate grant the privileges of the floor to our special distinguished guest, Donald Houston.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. And the chair recognizes the senator from Chesapeake, the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, for the purpose of presenting a distinguished person.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning.
Good morning.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it is really a distinguished pleasure and an honor today to recognize somebody who is absolutely dear to everyone in this chamber. Donald Houston, and we all know Donald. Donald is here every day. He feeds us great food. He knows our name. He's always got a smile on his face, and this place would not be nearly as enjoyable if it wasn't for Donald Houston. Donald and his wife, Wilnette, actually were married right next door in Old City Hall a couple of years ago. Yeah. But, you know, when I see Donald, I always think of the theme from the show Cheers. It's basically sometimes you want to go where Donald knows your name, and you're always glad he came. We want to go where Donald knows our names. He is also here represented together with Merriweathers by his supervisor, Phyllis Turner, and so I'm glad you're here. And I hope you know what a treasure you have in this gentleman that we see every day. Oh, I know. He is absolutely amazing. And, you know, Donald is hardworking. He's always smiling. He knows every one of us. Don't even think about saying, I wish I had something, because it's going to appear because Donald's going to make it happen. So, Madam President, if we could have Senate Resolution 168 presented, I'd appreciate that.
Senate Resolution number 168, commending Donald Houston. Whereas Donald Houston, a valued member of the team at Merriweather-Godsey, is an esteemed contract dining services company, has admirably served the members of the Senate of Virginia since 2008. And whereas Donald Houston served for 30 years with the Richmond Fire Department before his first retirement, during which time he devoted himself to the responsibility of protecting lives and property in the city. And whereas Donald Houston joined Merriweather-Godsey in 2008 as a bartender and has since worked at several prominent installations in Richmond, including the Virginia State Capitol, St. Catherine's School, the Stewart School, the Roslyn Conference and Retreat Center, and the Lewis Ginter Botanical Garden. And whereas Donald Houston has served at Capitol Square for every inauguration and session of the General Assembly since 2008, developing a rapport with many members of the Senate of Virginia in that time. And whereas Donald Houston's friendly nature and attention to the needs of the senators of the Commonwealth bring welcome respite to members as they work through the deliberations of session. And whereas Donald Houston has endeared himself to his colleagues and others throughout his willingness and ability to resolve any issue that might arise, and whereas Donald Houston enjoys spending time with his loving wife of 52 years, Willette, and his 2 daughters and 3 grandchildren, among many other favorite pastimes, and whereas Donald Houston's dedication and commitment to ensuring the well-being of others, both at the Virginia State Capitol and with the Richmond Fire Department, are deserving of the respect of all Virginians. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of Virginia that Donald Houston hereby be commended for his legacy of service, and be it resolved further that the clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Donald Houston as an expression of the Senate of Virginia's admiration for his contributions to the Commonwealth.
Please join me here. Mr. Houston, you've served us in the fire department, saving lives, and of course, as a bartender, I'm sure you've heard a lot of sob stories. You had to listen to those and give advice, counseling. And I know that when I came, you treated me as if I'd been here forever. And you're such a kind man. And we're so grateful that the senators have brought this forward for you. It's just a small token of how much you are loved. Thank you so very much for being you.
Okay, thank you.
The Senate will be at ease. will come to order. Madam Clerk.
We have the following conference reports. House Bills, page 2, House Bill 1704.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill is speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill is the House cognate to Senator from somewhere in Fairfax, and I will yield to the senator to explain the bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I am the senator from the oldest part of Fairfax, the most important part of Fairfax, the originally settled part of Fairfax that defends our borders from Maryland. And this bill, folks, is very different than the bill you all saw when it came through, so I need to explain it a little bit. It's also a bill that's received a lot of attention.
The senator's motion.
I want to move this conference report.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is the bill that has to do with the discovery that the sex offender was working in the Fairfax County Public Schools and didn't get notified by Chesterfield. So the way this bill is different from what you saw is it requires every school system to set up a chief safety officer. And that chief safety officer is required to get a notification, is the person designated to receive notices of arrests and convictions, instead of it going to a superintendent or some random person within the school system. That's the number one change. Number two, the list, every school system is required to provide contact information, and that will be provided instead of the Secretary of Education. There's a school safety audit that happens every year, and it's going to be provided as part of that process. The third thing that's different is that this requires school systems to be notified for the arrest of any felony, or Class 1 misdemeanor. Class 1 misdemeanor was already the law, but the old law was sex offenses and Class 1 misdemeanors. This is any felony. So like even a grand larceny, law enforcement will be required to notify the school system of that. And the reason we made that change is because conviction of any felony was already required to be notified, but not arrests, which didn't make a whole lot of sense to me after Delegate Bell pointed it out to me. So that's another big change that's in this. And finally, it also requires any probation officer discovering that a school employee has one of these convictions, the probation officer also has a duty to notify. Other than that, it still retains our provisions that require a VEC, Virginia Employment Commission, employment check when somebody's arrested if the law enforcement agency has that available. But this bill, folks, it's really important to keep our kids in school safe, and this will ensure that the situation that occurred last year never happens again, I think, because it really enhances notification. And if a failure does happen, this time there'll be documentation so we can figure out who made the mistake. So I hope you'll support this bill in the cognate when it comes through in a second.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, some of us are having trouble pulling up this conference report online. We trust the senator from Eastern Fairfax, but we'd like to be able to read it too.
Verify, sir.
Trust. I named Reagan has her name for a reason.
Would you like it to pass by temporarily?
Madam President, if this could go by temporarily.
Without objection, House Bill 1704 passes by temporarily for verification purposes.
On page 3, House Bill 1840.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I was going to say accede, yes. Madam President, I move that we accede to the conference report from the House of Delegates.
You're adopting?
Yes, ma'am, we are adopting it. And this is for the Eastern Virginia Medical School. This is for EVMS, Old Dominion University, and Centera for their merger.
And the purpose, what changed or happened?
Yes, well, for one thing, we changed the date from January to June to July for the start date, and there were some other deliverables that we needed to get straightened out, and we finally reached the consensus.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
On page 6, House Bill 2220.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Madam President, I'll yield to the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that the conference report be adopted.
The senator has the floor.
Speaking to that motion, the original bill called for ending the sunset on the Tobacco Commission serving, using funds to match economic development projects. The Senate extended the sunset 1 year. The conference committee keeps the sunset but extends it for 2 years. I renew the motion for the bill to pass.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The report is adopted.
Page 7, House Bill 2302.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman. Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta. Without objection, House Bill 2302 goes by temporarily.
On page 7, House Bill 2348.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference report's acceptance and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, oops, I just spilled some Coke on myself. This bill is has been changed from the version that we left it through. This was a piece of legislation that would require that our colleges and universities report their use of animal tests to us through VDACs. As we discussed during the general earlier in the general session, animal testing has been approved by the FDA has recently adopted non-animal testing for some purposes. And the idea behind this is to get a baseline to understand exactly how many animals are being used. The conference report narrows it. It requires that the universities post information on their websites, and if there is some sort of a violation, they would report it to the institution of higher learning, including the president, the dean, and the board of visitors or the board of trustees, as opposed to reaching out to us. There is peace in the valley in the House, and I move adoption.
The question is, shall the conference committee report on the bill be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 7, House Bill 2398.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson. Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill creates a...
Your motion, sir?
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I move the conference report.
It's a Saturday. The senator has the floor.
This bill basically creates a new felony for somebody who threatens to release a naked picture of somebody or posts a naked picture of somebody and says that they will only take it down if you commit a sexual act with them, and then you actually commit the sexual act. Right now, that's not covered by the revenge porn statute, and it's not exactly covered by extortion because extortion, it doesn't involve money. And it also requires that the threat or whatever to be made in writing, so it can't just take a verbal, somebody said this to me, in order to get this felony charged. The original bill that came from the House covered oral threats, and there was a concern on our side that it was too easy to allege an oral threat and result in a felony prosecution, and so we wanted to limit it to threats in writing. And the original bill also would have resulted in sex offender registry listing, which we thought was a little bit too much for things that happen between consenting adults. So that's what the bill does. It's been rewritten substantially, but it's a policy that you guys have seen a piece of earlier in the session. But I thought we reached a good compromise on it, and something that I think is a problem with our new world. You can't believe what some people do today, but this helps create some consequences for those situations. I hope we'd pass it.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I typically do not speak a lot on criminal defense bills because I'm not a criminal defense attorney. I noticed that my colleague and former law partner, it's difficult to explain this bill because the situation itself is a little bit difficult to understand. We have a revenge porn statute. We have a statute that deals with sexual abuse, including felonious sexual abuse. This is kind of in that middle gray area where we're not sure how to classify it, and I understand that. What I have a problem with is that we're creating a new felony without really defining what it is. And I see this statute is being used as a tool against people, oftentimes when relationships fall apart, and maybe there is something there. Criminal law defines on making very strict and obvious statements about what is right and what is wrong. This is wrong, but again, previously we've always classified this as a misdemeanor, and by making this a felony, I think we're going to raise the stakes in a lot of these situations. So I'll probably be a lonely no vote on this, but that's why.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
My colleague, the senator from Fairfax City, won't be that lonely. He is absolutely correct that in criminal jurisprudence, it ought to be very clear what is prescribed and what is allowed, and this is a gray area. Kudos to the senator from Eastern Fairfax County for getting the commitment that at least it has to be in writing, but we still have a gray area of the law. So that we all understand this, and perhaps there will be more than two lonely votes. And that is this. It is consensual sex. However, the issue is whether or not the consensual sex was entered into because one person said, if you don't consent to have sex with me, I will put up a picture of you on the internet. The senator from Fairfax City was correct. We have two felony statutes that pretty much cover that right now. I don't see that much of a gray area, but whenever we get into the realm of coming up with a brand new felony because we kind of want to cover some gray area, we are going down a slippery slope. And so for that reason, I will put up a red. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise to see if the gentleman, junior senator from Richmond, would rise for a question.
Will the senator rise and yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. Senator Peake has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And maybe you are another criminal attorney, but isn't it an extortion for a certain amount of money becomes a felony? Is that correct?
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
That's correct. That's another crime that already exists, extortion.
Madam President, one question. Do you know what that amount is?
Senator Morrissey.
Certainly, in layman's terms, and for those that aren't criminal defense attorneys or attorneys, extortion is when you get or force somebody to do something that they normally are unwilling to do and extract money from them. It's pretty much that simple.
Senator
Madam President, is there a money amount like $1,000 like in a larceny, or I'm just truly asking?
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I don't know what the monetary threshold is on extortion.
Thank you. That was all.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes. Chair recognizes Senator McDougal, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I hope that the body would vote in favor of this. I think the senator from Lynchburg was trying to articulate, typically with an extortion, there's the threat of having to do something in exchange for something of value, which has been money. In this case, the threat is, I'm going to put these things online so everybody will see it if you don't have a sexual act with me. In my opinion, we shouldn't require that the sexual act actually occur. It's the threat that creates the criminal offense. So I hope that as this goes through the process, maybe we'll see an amendment back at the reconvened session, but I hope that the body would support this conference report.
Chair again recognizes Senator Sorovell.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Nobody else desires to speak.
The senator has the floor.
Yeah, so just a couple things. First of all, the way this is written, I think it very carefully describes a very small subset of conduct. It requires malice, it requires a threat, requires to be in writing, and it only covers two classes of conduct, either threatening to post the picture or refusing to take it down in exchange for a sexual act. And the last thing is the senator from Hanover just pointed out, it requires a completed sexual act. So it's not just, do this or else. Sex or some other type of sexual act, which I'm not going to get into, also has to occur before the crime happens. So the thing is pretty tight as it is right now, and it's not currently extortion and it's not currently revenge porn. So that's, and the way I've heard some describe it is it's almost like it's not exactly rape, but it's getting pretty close to it. So that's why it needs to be a felony, and I thought we put some pretty tight controls on it compared with what we were looking at.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden,
the
senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax County yield?
I'll yield.
The senator yields. Senator Marsden has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In this situation, Madam President, would it be a situation where the threshold for the felony actually resides with the victim? The victim has to agree to do this to create the felony. Is that the way this bill comes down?
Senator Sorovell.
Well, Madam President, if you call being extorted to commit a sex act consensual, yeah, but I think that's the whole point, is that it's not really consensual if somebody's threatening to do these things to you to get the sex act. But yes, that it's if it was a non-consensual sex act, then it would be rape or a violation of like the inanimate object sexual penetration or something else, forcible sodomy, etc.
Madam President, speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
It just seems rather odd that the felony doesn't take place until the victim agrees to do something. They initiate the fact that it becomes a felony. That seems to be unlike anything I've seen in the law before, and I think I have an issue with that. Thank you.
Chair again recognizes Senator Morrissey.
Madam President, based on the senator from Fairfax County's last comments, would he yield for another question?
Will the senator rise and yield?
I'll yield.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Based on your comments, do I now understand that with this new piece of legislation, there are two crimes? The first one that the defendant could be charged with is extortion, because he threatened to reveal a picture if she did not have sex. So that's a completed crime. And then, as the senator from Fairfax just said, if she, on her own volition, actually has sex, then there's a second crime for the same act.
Senator Sorovell has the floor.
Yeah, Madam President, I don't think that's the case because, as I said earlier, if you look under 18.259, which is the extortion statute, the extortion requires the payment of money, property, or pecuniary benefit, or any note, bond, or other evidence of debt. And I don't think a sex act falls into that type of consideration, which is why this doesn't fit the extortion statute.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the senator yield? Senator Sorovell.
I'll yield.
Senator Sorovell yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Two parts to the question. Isn't number one, the benefit would be getting sex, and number two, at the very least, isn't it attempted extortion?
Senator Sorovell.
Madam President, first of all, it's not benefit, it's pecuniary benefit, which I think is defined as something that involves money, and I don't believe a sex act is something that has a monetary value. So I don't think that would fit within the extortion statute in terms of your two questions.
I thank the gentleman, Madam President.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The report is adopted.
Page 8, House Bill 2411.
Chair calls on Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted.
The senator has the floor.
This bill simply removes the financial contingency clause from the conference report, removes that from the bill. This is the bill that raises the fee for those lawyers who represent people who've been TDO'd at a due process hearing, raises the fee from $75 to $120. Again, I hope you'll adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Senate bills, page 9. Senate Bill 821.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference report and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the cognate for the House bill that Senator Hashmi was chief conferee on that we talked about the reporting of the school counselors. It's been having been previously explained. I would hope we would pass this one unanimously like the other one.
The question is, shall the report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 9, Senate Bill 1106.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
Madam President, I would ask that go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1106 goes by temporarily.
Page 11, Senate Bill 1211.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1211.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. The conference report is my original bill with a few tweaks of the governance and operation of how the merger will work. All the parties support the changes, and this merger is very important to the entire Hampton Roads region. With that, I ask that you adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 13, Senate Bill 1271.
Chair recognizes again Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I move the bill pass. This is exactly the same as the bill that I talked about a few minutes ago when I spilled my Coca-Cola can. As described earlier, I move that we pass the bill or accept the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 13, Senate Bill 1289.
Chair again recognizes Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the committee report be adopted.
The senator has the floor.
This is the bill I described yesterday when I realized I was describing the wrong bill. In the conference, it's been made identical to bills from the senator from Portsmouth and Delegate Coiner, and we adopted Delegate Coiner's conference report yesterday or day before unanimously, and I hope we do the same thing here.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
We will not be having a report on the following bills. Page 2, House Bill 1623. Page 4, Page 4, House Bill 1887. Page 5, House Bill 2208. Page 10, Senate Bill 1184. Page 12, Senate Bill 1245. Returning to page 2, House Bill 1704. Whose bill?
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun. Chair recognizes.
Okay, moving on. Page 7, House Bill 2302.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman.
Madam President.
Could that go by?
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
House Bill 2302 without objection goes by temporarily.
Page 9, Senate Bill 1106.
Madam President, can that go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1106 goes by temporarily. The Senate will be at ease as
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougal, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Parliamentary inquiry 1704 was the bill that Senator Servell described and wasn't on the system, but now is on the system, and we've had the opportunity to read it. Is that accurate?
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise for a question?
I'll yield.
The senator yields. Senator McDougal has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator please move to agree to the conference report again?
Yeah, having previously explained the bill, I would move the conference report.
Is that sufficient, Senator? The question is, Shall the conference committee report on House Bill 1704 be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Returning to page 7, House Bill 2302.
Does he want to do the committee ordinance?
Madam President.
All right. The senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Could we be at ease for 10 minutes?
The senator, yes, has asked a good thing. The Senate will be temporarily at ease for 10 minutes. 8:15 p.m. Order. Madam Clerk.
Conference committee reports. On page 6, House Bill 2222.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the conference report takes the House introduced bill and removes surgical technologists from the scope of the bill. The remaining provisions simply provide provisional licensure for the surgical assistants. Provisional licensure is necessary because surgical assistants graduate in May, and the Board of Medicine must await their test scores before processing their license applications over the summer. This bill ensures surgical assistants may obtain employment while awaiting Board of Medicine processing. This is modeled exactly on provisional licensure established for respiratory therapists last year. The conference grappled with how to handle surgical technologists as well, but it became clear there are many issues which need to be reviewed and brought back to the General Assembly next year to solve. And with that, Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report from the House.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The committee report is adopted.
Page 7, House Bill 2302.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the senator from Bedford.
Madam President, I move that the House Bill 2302, the conference committee report, be adopted, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the TPOF bill that we've talked about a number of times in a lot of committees here. In general, the Senate's position was retained. We did make a couple of modest changes. One, the full MEI will consider the provisions that are over $35 million. The Senate Finance Committee changed the number of days from 7 to 14. That is retained in the bill. As some of you may remember, the Farm Bureau had some concerns about whether or not there would be a go-around for eminent domain, and we just made that very, very clear that it does not. Also, it adds a little more reporting on any project that's over $5 million. That has to be included. And also, some of the groups were concerned that you were reporting on jobs created and not jobs retained. As a result of this bill, it includes both that will be reported to the MEI group and to Senate Finance and the House Appropriation. The last item is that when it came to item number 7, that was an enactment clause. We've replaced the term primarily with exclusively as it relates to economic development. So, Madam President, that is the TPOF bill, and I would move that we agree to the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Noes 1.
Noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Senate Bills, page 9.
Madam President, over here.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenchain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I move that the conference committee report be agreed to. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
2420 is on, I'm sorry, I skipped one. 2428 is where we are.
that's what we're on.
The senator may
Okay.
continue.
Speaking to that, this is the House cognate to a similar bill or identical bill that I carried that limits the ability to advertise marijuana products. Actually, it prohibits the advertisement, but once sale is legal, it limits advertising to children and targeted to children. And the conference report, the major change contained in that is simply a definition of tetrahydrocannabinol and placement of that in the section dealing only with advertising. So I move the report be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Senate bills. Page 9, Senate Bill 1106.
Chair again recognizes Senator Newman.
Madam President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted. And speaking of that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I just described to you in some detail the TPOF bill. On the House bill, this is the same bill with the Senate bill, my bill, Senate Bill 1106, and therefore, having previously been explained, I move that the conference committee report on 1106 be agreed to.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The report is adopted.
Page 12, Senate Bill 1233.
Chair again recognizes Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, move to adopt the conference committee report. Speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This is the Senate cognate to the marijuana advertising bill that I just described. I would move adoption of the report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Page 14, Senate Bill 1405.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, speaking to the bill, this bill is one that is cognate of a bill that we adopted yesterday. It's dealing with the tax conformity and provides does only one thing that's different from where the Senate bill had been. The Senate bill was flagged things that situations where there was at least a $25 million impact from changes in the tax code if we stayed consistent with changes that were occurring at the federal level. We reduced that down to 15 in the final bill here, and that will then be the standard that will be impactful there. And if you don't have one of the things that's changing by more than $15 million, everybody should be able to file their taxes a lot sooner, and it'll make the tax processing process good for the Commonwealth of Virginia as well as the people of Virginia. And with that, I'll renew my motion to adopt the conference committee report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Okay, there will not be a report on page 3, House Bill 1886, page 4. I'm slowing.
1866, Madam Clerk.
1866 on page 3. Page 4, 1921. Page 7, House Bill 2333. And page 11, Senate Bill 1217. And House Bill 2463. Don't have a page number. 8, thank you. And Senate Bill 1482. Once again, no page number.
Page 14.
Page 14. We now have the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1265 on page 12.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, thank you. And speaking to that, and by the way, Madam Clerk, 1170 is identical to 1265.
Your motion, sir?
We'll do that.
Pardon?
Your motion?
The motion is to accept the conference.
The senator has the floor.
On 1265. You may remember this was the major Dominion bill. Approximately 80 to 85% of what is in the bill now was in the bill when it left the Senate.
Madam President.
Okay?
Will the senator yield for a question, which was pretty relevant?
I would like to finish.
We do have the rule, Senator, where the senator has to at least finish, and then the...
It would be great to be able to follow along his remarks with text in front of us.
I don't have that. You're talking about 60 pages.
Yes, I think that we ought to have the text before we debate it. That's what I'm asking.
It's online.
The senators will suspend.
Madam President, I'd ask that...
The chair recognizes the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask we pass the bill by temporarily, please.
Without objection, the bill goes by temporarily.
It's on their part.
If they use their online calendar,
If you use your online calendar, it is there. Your online calendar. Pardon?
He has it now. has a copy now.
The Senate will come to order. Chair again recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, what we have before us, Senate Bill 1265, and essentially it's the same as 1170, Delegate Kilgore's bill. It's basically, and I'll go over some of the changes, 80 to 85% of the bill that left here a couple weeks ago. Okay, and what's changed? Dominion is currently operating, and this applies to them, at 9.35 ROE, and when the bill left here, it was at 10.03. I think 035. Now it's at 9.35. Excuse me, 9.7, which is about the halfway point between what it was when it left here and what they're currently earning. That'll last for 2 years, and then under ours, I think it was going to last for 4. It'll last for 2, and then the State Corporation Commission will regulate it however they see fit, or what's needed or what's not needed. And the earning collar, they've essentially done away with that. Now, when the bill left here, if they over-earn, they pay 85% back to the customers. They keep 15%. That was an amendment offered up by Senator Marston. And basically, that hasn't changed. What's still there is the $350 million that was in the add-ons rate adjustment clauses, RACs. That's going into the base rate. And because of that, plus the securitization of the debt on that $1.7 billion of overpayment for fuel as a result of fuel rising up the way it did during inflation, by spreading it out over 10 years, instead of getting a $17 a month increase on July 1st, it won't happen. It'll be pennies more to the bill, the average bill, as a result of being able to spread it out like that. And the rate cut will be probably, depending on where you are, between $6.50 and $7 a month decrease. Okay, decrease, as opposed to not having a bill and it going up $17 a month. If you remember, at right now, as a result of what we did a few years ago, they're reviewed every 3 years. Now they're going to be reviewed every 2, starting this year. That's essentially the bill. Like I said, it's largely the same. We've changed the rate of return on investment, which some groups had said, well, is too high. And actually, Dominion was earning the lowest of 13 major utilities in the South and Southwest. They had the lowest return, 9.3. So, many, many years ago, before Senator Norman and I and Senator Stolley re-regulated them, they were earning double that and still had the lowest utility rates because you didn't have a whole lot of regulations that have occurred over the years. So that's where it is. And again, like I said, with this, the customers won't get a $17 a month increase effective July 1st. And I would ask that we adopt the conference report, Senate Bill 1265.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the conference report.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to concur with the position taken by my colleague from Fairfax County, but I'm going to take it from a slightly different point of view. I think there's been some substantial improvements made to the bill. Now, that's from my perspective, which is more of a consumer-based perspective, but One thing, we have stripped out the peer utility language, which to me was always a problem. Secondly, we have moved it up to a biennial review, which starts July 1, 2023. Now, my colleague is correct that we have set the rate of return for 9.7% for that first biennium. But after that, the State Corporation Commission will decide the return on equity, which, you know what? Constitutionally, that's what they're there for, and that's what they're empowered to do, and they will be doing it. As my colleague already stated, the 70 basis points, if it's the collar is 70 basis points, which means that if there's any earnings over and above that, 85% will go back to the consumer. But what's notable in this bill is that if the over-earning is 150 basis points, which is effectively 1.5% over and above the return on equity, 100% will go back to the consumer, which is how it should be. Over-earnings belong to the consumer, not to the utility. And then finally, as my colleague already stated, $350 million of RACs, renewable energy credits, will go back into the base rates, which will absolutely be a savings for the consumer. So those are the technical points which are important and why I support the bill technically. But I also think it's worth reviewing a little bit of history on this legislation. You know, we passed the rate freeze bill in 2015. I spoke against it, and it passed this body 34-6, where we suspended SEC jurisdiction because of the Obama-era Clean Power Plan. And I tried to repeal that law and bring back SEC jurisdiction in 2017. It was defeated, I think, 13-2 in the Commerce Committee. And we had the grid modernization bill then in 2018, which took those excess earnings and reinvested them in the grid. And again, many of us disputed with that. I lost that floor fight, and the bill became law. That's not to say that I was right and my colleague was wrong, but what I did believe, and I still believe, but I think it's changing, is that there was an imbalance in power in the conversation, and that's changing. And today we're going to vote on a bill that was not dictated to us by Dominion Power, but rather it was people working together from different viewpoints. The ratepayer viewpoint, the power company viewpoint, the industrial consumer viewpoint, and even the environmentalist viewpoint. Not everybody got what they wanted, but you didn't have one entity dominating the conversation. And I think that's historic. And it was said by a former U.S. president, you can get a lot done in politics if you don't care who gets the credit. And I personally don't care who gets the credit, because anybody on this floor can take credit, starting with this gentleman right here who's the sponsor of the bill. And we already know he's a legend in this body. But I think all of us that have fought this battle over the years to try and make sure that the little guy is represented, we can take some credit too. And that's a positive, and I hope we can get some greens up on this conference report, because I think today we're making history, and that's a great thing in this body. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support to speak briefly on 1265.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, and especially for those of you that have joined us in recent years, I have had the dubious opportunity to be involved in electrical legislation for probably 20 years. And I was reflecting back with one of my colleagues earlier today that I remember when we started deregulation of electricity, that it was initiated as a result of major corporations in Virginia wanting to deregulate electricity, not the least of which was the shipyard. And what they wanted to do was they wanted the opportunity to be able to do what we call wheel. In other words, bring electrical generation in from the Midwest, which was being produced at a lower level. After we deregulated electricity, there were some reflections by the same major corporations that said, oh, we need to re-regulate electrical generation and distribution, which we did. And the reason I point those out, the senator mentioned almost in a dictatorial sense that Dominion had always dictated what the outcome it was going to be. I will tell you, it has always, to my recollection, been a very controversial topic, and there have been many partners at the table. But what I can say to you, I do not recall any piece of legislation that has dealt with electrical generation that has been more negotiated, had more participants than Senate Bill 1265. And it has involved every aspect of the legislative process. It has involved the consumers. It has involved the other groups. And it has also involved the administration. who was very interested in trying to be able to say consumers that the cost of electricity in the Commonwealth of Virginia, regardless of what your service area was, that it will be reduced. My good friend who is patron of the bill and has worked very hard on it and has educated me on it, pointed out some salient points that Senator Peterson just met with you, but it has really been a participatory process. And in that sense, I do think that, in fact, it is historical. But there are some dramatic shifts in favor of the consumer in this, as was just pointed out, and I would encourage you to please support the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Or the conference report, I should say. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in order for somebody to be looking out for the little guy, we have to have a regulator that's ready to follow through on all the discretion that's being given under this bill. And right now, there's only one commissioner sitting on the SCC, and there's 2 vacancies. And that's not getting resolved today. And so I just want to remind everybody that none of this works unless we can also reach that compromise, and it hasn't happened yet, which is very disappointing to me. I think the SCC is probably, some people call it the 4th branch of government, and some people, I always say, it's the most powerful organ of state government that nobody's ever heard of. And I'm really disappointed that we haven't been able to figure out how to get 2 vacancies filled now that we have 2. One is a little more understandable, but you got 2, it should have gotten resolved, and it hasn't, and I don't know when it's going to get resolved. So just keep that in mind as we give all this discretion back to the SCC. The people that get put on there make a huge difference in terms of how this type of policy gets implemented. We need to keep our focus on getting that done, too.
The question is, shall the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1265 be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Conference committee report is adopted.
Page 2.
House Bill 1770.
Page 2, what? I'm sorry.
House Bill 1770.
Page 2. House Bill 1770.
Chair again recognizes Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would move that we adopt 1770. It's identical to the one you just passed. Identical.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the road.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is indeed adopted.
On page 5, House Bill 2169.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the conference report on HB 2169.
The senator has the floor.
This is, as you all know, is
your motion, sir,
to adopt the conference report. This is the Virginia Parole Board Transparency Bill. I'll try to explain the bill without using the words electrical or rate or increase or decrease. Here, you have seen different iterations of it, but this is what the bill now looks like coming out of conference. The Virginia Parole Board is no longer FOIA exempt. That should please everybody. Virginia Parole Board members will be required to provide written reasons why parole is granted or denied. Third, the Virginia Parole Board hearings will be available to the public, irrespective of whether or not the board meets in person or virtually. Fourth, the Virginia Parole Board investigatory material will now be available to both the parole board members, of course, because they're collecting it, but also the defense attorneys and the DOC inmates themselves. Fifth, the Virginia Parole Board will be required to publish reports more frequently. That will be an increase in the number of Virginia Parole Board reports that are filed. Just testing. There is a delayed enactment clause on this, and that is the differences, and that's what the bill is now about. I ask that the body accept the conference report, Madam President.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 6,
House Bill 2275.
House Bill 2275.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the senator from Northern Chesapeake. Chair instead recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the conference report and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that reinvigorates the Commission on Utility Regulation, and the conference report that's in front of you largely adopts the Senate position, which passed 27-12, I believe, last week. And that was 27-12. And with three changes. Number one is it requires the board to elect a chairman annually instead of every 2 years, I guess. The other thing is that the original bill created a stakeholder work group that would meet and review a draft of the integrated resource plan before it was filed as a rate case with the SEC. This eliminates that, but requires the utility to engage in a regular stakeholder process to receive stakeholder input as the IRP is prepared. And the third change is that it deleted an enactment clause which required the SEC to assemble a work group to figure out a way to develop efficiencies between the integrated resource plan and the renewable portfolio standard, or the renewable RPS plan, whatever that's called, to try and come up with some more efficient way to do that. It was thought that instead of the SEC conducting that, perhaps this new CUR could conduct that process. And those are basically the three changes which make this bill narrower. So I would hope the body would find it even more favorable than 27-12, as it was voted through last week. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The report is adopted.
On page 8, House Bill 2487.
Chair again recognizes Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, speaking to the conference report, House Bill 2487.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this bill deals with solitary confinement. preface my remarks. You sometimes hear the word solitary confinement.
Your motion, sir?
To adopt, I'm sorry. To
All
adopt
right,
the
the
conference
senator
report.
may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Solitary confinement or restorative housing, it's the same thing. Briefly, what the conference report does is the following. It still allows for restorative housing in 4 specific instances, including when the individual requests it himself or herself, or when the person is a danger to either himself or another inmate. The couple of provisions that are now in this conference report are the following. When an incarcerated person makes a request to be placed in housing for his or her own protection, if that is refused, if that request is refused, it must be done in writing. Second, if somebody is placed in restorative housing on his or her own request, they may opt out of restorative housing. Another provision is that an individual who is in restorative housing or solitary confinement at their own request shall receive the similar opportunities for activities, movement, social interaction as they were able to receive prior to requesting to go in for their own protection. An important provision is that it will now be codified that an individual in solitary confinement must be offered a minimum of 4 hours of out-of-cell activity each day. Additionally, if an incarcerated person is placed in solitary confinement, that placement must be reviewed at least once a week. And any reason that, if they're not put back into general population, the reasons must be recorded in writing. And lastly and importantly, an individual who is placed in solitary confinement, Madam President, must be given a medical evaluation and a mental health evaluation after the first 24-hour period. Madam President, I'd ask that the body adopt HB 248, the conference report for House Bill 2487.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The report is adopted.
Page 9, Senate Bill 887.
Chair again recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the conference report, ask the body adopt the conference report for SB 887.
The senator may continue.
I just got a text from my son Maverick who said he just tuned in and didn't hear my explanation 15 seconds ago. So I'm going to repeat it all over again for his benefit. Madam President, members of the body, I'd ask that you adopt the conference report for Senate Bill 887 for the reasons that I just stated.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The report is adopted.
Page 10, Senate Bill 1168.
Chair calls on Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I move the conference report and speak of that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the cognate to the bill that just passed, I think it was 3010 or something a minute ago. It's the CUR bill. I hope we can do the same on this one.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes none.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The report is adopted.
Page 13, Senate Bill 1300.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the conference report be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
This is the bill that required training of teachers for trauma-informed children, and this conference report is just a mere ghost of the bill that was introduced, and even the bill that left this Senate. Instead of requiring real training, the House wanted to build this into the licensure requirements for teachers, which would leave a lot of teachers out for 10 years, those that were there. And the only thing that we could get out of the conference report was the development of some standards to bring trauma-informed instruction into training protocol to be reported back to the appropriate committees November 1 of this year. This is not where we're going to end up, but it's a start.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The report is adopted.
Page 13, Senate Bill 1361.
Chair recognizes again Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that the body adopt the conference report for Senate Bill 1361 and speaking to that measure.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, members of the body, a few moments ago I spoke to the House Cognate HB 2169, and for those same identical reasons, I'd ask that the body accept and agree to the conference report for Senate Bill 1361.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The report is adopted.
I have one more late breaking on page 9.
On page 9,
Senate Bill 1052.
Senate Bill 1052.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the adoption of the conference committee report.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the Senate version of the bill as it left. The bill now removes the reenactment clause and one technical change, changing each to any that was requested by the Board of Education. That is the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
Memorial resolutions.
Chair recognizes the senior senator again from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Excuse me. Madam President, I move that the memorial resolutions on page 15, that's HJR 798 through SR 189, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on page 15, House Joint Resolution 798 through Senate Resolution 189, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 798. Celebrating the life of Juliet Carolyn Brooks Ehring. House Joint Resolution 159. Celebrating the life of James Michael Kokolis. Senate Resolution 185. Celebrating the life of Colonel Alfonso Victor Pena, United States Army Reserve. Senate Resolution 189. Celebrating the life of George Robert Smith, Jr., MD.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions. House Joint Resolution 622, commending Marta K. King.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that HJ 622 be agreed to.
The question is, shall the commending resolution HJ 622 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions. House Joint Resolution 756, commending Amina Lukman Dawson.
Again, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that that commending resolution HJR 756 be agreed to.
The question is, shall the commending resolution, House Joint Resolution 756, be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. The Senate will be temporarily at ease. Madam Clerk.
House Bill 1895 on page 4.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Charlottesville.
Madam Chair, I move that the conference report be adopted, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Madam Chair, this is another bill that's not what the sponsor wanted it to be, but as the conference report adopted that position of the House, basically that came over to the Senate, we adopted a more expansive view, but all we could get out of the conference committee is the House version. The House version says you can't have a non-disclosure agreement that for when there's a claim of sexual harassment as a condition of employment. That is the federal law, yes.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the conference report,
the senator has the floor.
I concur with the recommendation of the senator from Charlottesville. The bill, as it left the House, was very reasonable. People on my side were concerned about the expansive nature of the bill as it left the Senate. As it is emerging from conference, I think it's a reasonable prohibition on requiring employees just to sign confidentiality agreements or non-disparagement agreements in cases involving sexual assaults or sexual harassment. It otherwise was going to create some really significant issues, particularly in light of a very recent National Labor Relations Board decision that is probably going to supersede this and maybe accomplish much of what the delegate sought to accomplish through either of these versions. So I hope we'll adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted. Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that the Senate now. Did we vote? We didn't vote. We did.
We just finished that bill.
Okay. Well, anyway, I move that we now stand in recess until 3:45, and I would ask the members of both caucuses to go to the old Senate chamber. And we'll get a presentation on the mini budget bill that we'll do.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess until 3:45. Wishful thinking.
Good, thank you.
And retire itself to the body down the hall.
Did he sign that?
Chair calls on Senator Howell, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate proceed to consider the conference report on House Bill 1400 earlier than 48 hours after receipt.
The question is, shall the Senate proceed to consider the conference report on House Bill 1400 earlier than the 48 hours after its receipt? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The conference report will be considered. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the conference report for the budget, House Bill 1400. I've often talked about the ability of the Senate of Virginia to operate in a bipartisan fashion and to put the needs of the Commonwealth first. Today, we have continued that tradition. Although we have not yet been able to agree to some large items between the House and Senate budgets, including $1 billion in tax relief versus larger investments for education and health and human resources, we have come to an agreement on critical items that need to go forward now while we continue our dialogue in the coming days and weeks. We ran out of time is frankly what happened. There is no animosity or rancor between the House and the Senate on this matter. Just different priorities. And we have dubbed this new bill the skinny bill. The conference report would appropriate $359 million for K-12 to accommodate updates in the previously discussed calculator tool, sales tax, and changes in enrollment. No school division will receive less than the distribution communicated last summer. Let me repeat that. No school division will receive less than the distribution communicated last summer. These updates are critical for local school divisions to be able to build their budgets for the coming year. The conference report also appropriates required funding for the deposit to the rainy day fund, additional capital outlay supplements for existing projects, and a deposit to reduce unfunded liabilities in the VRS. I appreciate the hard work and patience of conferees during these discussions. And I particularly appreciate the extraordinary efforts of our Finance and Appropriations Committee staff. And now, Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report on House Bill 1400 be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
The speaker asked.
The Senate is temporarily at ease. Order. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 1479, Conference Committee report.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report, and this.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is in reference to the Virginia retirement system return to work. This allows our teachers who are retired to be able to come back to work within 6 months rather than 1 year, because we have a teacher shortage. We want to try to keep as many of them in the pool as we can until we get enough teachers hired to fill those vacancies, and this also extends it out to 2028. That's correct. So with that explanation, Madam President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Zero.
Ayes 39, no 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
Page 5.
On page 5,
House Bill 2193.
House Bill 2193.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell.
Senator Barker.
Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
All right, Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 2193.
The senator has the floor.
And this bill is the same as the cognate of the one I presented on income tax rolling conformity.
I know there's
that I had in here. And it's also the one I ran down the hall carrying. So to make sure I got back here before everybody had been adjourned. So, and with that, I will renew my motion for the adoption of the report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted on House Bill 2193? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The report is adopted.
No, let's go.
The Senate will again be temporarily at ease. The Senate will come to order. Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would now move that the Senate of Virginia adjourn sine die.
The question is, should the Senate now adjourn sine die? As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn sine die will say aye. Those opposed, no. I don't want to be uncertain. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate is adjourned sine die. Awesome.